Hey, Bites Watcher. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We need some music. So I'm gonna make an executive decision, and the music that we're gonna hear, that we're gonna listen to today is gonna be this: Rat Detective 2, Good Rat, Gone Bad. Why am I git pushing? Like muscle memory, man. Okay. Um. So we have announced stuff. Okay, let's give it a bit for people to start showing up, and then we're gonna start doing stuff. Hello, by Fox. Hello, nickname Dev. Hello, hello, everybody. So today we're listening to Good Rat Gone Bad. This is Rat Detective 2. There's also some nice comments on the subject on YouTube. You're too focused on the cheese, kid. You forget about the trap. Get out of this town while you can, kid. You're not cut out for the rat race. This city's got a sting to it, and for once, it ain't just the cheese. Cheese, peanut butter, the American dream. The bait might change, but the trap stays the same. You know what you. This is more like a bang, bang, bang. You know what you and Swiss got both in common? Holes. This case was colder than a block of blue cheese in an ice box, and twice as moldy. I may be a rat, but I ain't no snitch. Keep your whiskers twitching, kid. The second you stop sniffing your dinner. You should have never gotten into the hard cheese if you're a soft rat. Well, well, well. The cat's away, boys, and it's time to play. So yeah, this is also a nice. They're also all very new. It's like 1 month ago. I ain't in the rat race. I run it. In this town, the only thing cheaper than life is the cheese. And even that's got strings attached. God damn it. Slow down, partner. The early bird might get the worm, but it's the second rat that gets the cheese. I think this is particularly nice because it's not just like you can make like cheese based puns, but it's I think it gets better when you add to it some actual rat wisdom, and like yeah, it's probably actual rat wisdom that you don't want to be the first one when you can be the second one at something most of the time. So yeah. They say curiosity killed the cat. Good thing I'm a rat. Oh man. There's nothing but cheese heads and rat traps in this damn town, kid. Okay. So let's make stuff happen. So here's the plan for today. The plan for today is port over ziglagan.org. We have a PR to merge. We should look at other websites in the other repositories in the Zine ecosystem. To be honest, I pinned here the Zine dev dashboard, and like we're not really doing a good job at keeping it clean. So maybe it's time to like take back control over our GitHub inbox for Zine. And then there's also the all your code base dashboard. So that one also has probably a bunch of stuff in it. Because by the way, Z014 came out, and so the question is how's all your code base doing? Some projects were ported, some might have not been ported. So somebody needs to do, the work of moving everything forward, and it will probably have to be us if nobody else has done that before. So there's that. I would say that's already a good start. So let's try to put a nice, end to this Zine standalone release arc. And so let's get to a nice, and satisfying ending, and then we can start with a new arc. I guess that's it. Yeah. Yeah. So let's go do that. Let's start. There's also another couple things that I would be interested in. One being, I would be interested in automating fully releases on GitHub at this point, with the idea that we basically push a tag, and pushing a tag creates the release with artifacts as well. Plus, maybe having one tag that we call, I don't know, like unstable, that basically keeps chasing master branch. And that one we run on a schedule, like, I don't know, every 6 hours, for example. Every 6 hours, I guess the algorithm would be like this. We take a look at, well, you know what? Regardless of how that would work, there's a prerequisite though. We need to fix freaking Windows. So that's another thing that's going to be for today. We need to fix Windows. It's not this repo. This is SuperMD, and it's fine. But we need to fix Windows for Zine as a whole. We failed tests, and we run on Windows, but we don't pass tests. So something goes out of whack on Windows. We need to figure out why. Because it's also probably kind of important for like Windows users to have Zine work correctly for them. Yeah, I was like, man, these poor people already have to use Windows. Let's not make their life even worse than it already is, I would say. So that said, in the meantime, we have this. Height only setting has no effect since it will set the width equals -1 internally. Um, okay, we are merging this stuff in SuperHTML, sorry, in SuperMD. So we git pull, that gives us the latest changes. Then we want to make a change here though. In size, this does not return any directive. This returns .image. Then code has lines, which is defined in there, which I want to move because there's no point for this to live there. It was just put there by somebody else. So we move this guy here. Why do we have this much trouble with context stuff? Because we are context. That's why. Okay. So this seems fine. Code built-ins goes away because they exist in code. Limit the included code asset to the specified lines. The second argument is inclusive. Lines should probably accept also a version where you just provide a prefix, but we can do that in the future. Next is for block. We want a bit more docs, I think. Okay, some more explanations that never really hurt. Okay, new SuperMD. So now we're going Zine, Sig fetch, update SuperMD. Then in our rendering code, no, in our analysis code, when we do analyze content, we have this auto size stuff. So we say if auto size and directive.kind is image and image size is null, then we do that. And I think there's going to be a couple more instances of that. So we only do analysis with woofs if you didn't set size. If you did set size yourself, then of course we're going to change this. Actually, can size be, is size an optional? I didn't check for that. Size is an optional indeed. Thank God that we do this thing. Okay, so we'd only do this if it's if it's not set, and then in rendering HTML, we need to deal with special values. So there we go. Image.size. Ooh, now this becomes more, this has to become more nuanced. This is the only place where we do this? Yeah. That makes sense. Well, I think we did it, basically. Maybe we should test this. So build. I can close Zine SSG because I'm not touching it anymore. Where is this? Oh, we do want to use supercool to, for testing purposes, so that's cool. Run Zine because we build, yes. Index SMD. Want to put an image. We have the under construction GIF image, so that's what we do. Okay, so that's the woof's sizing. Let's give it our sizing. I mean, I haven't inspected the source at every point, but yeah, we're doing the right thing. Okay, that works for me. Um, go to code. Okay, so this is done. Next, let's fix SuperHTML. So apparently we left SuperHTML in broken state for people trying to build the CLI tool. Hey, Rocker Ranger, hello. How's life? Pa-pam, pa-pam-pam. Busy wanting to try out new Zine? Nice. So, okay. Oh, fuck. I need to fix this. I'm dumb. So this is, well, you know what? Probably gonna compile errors, watch, and then hx, so check that zig. Print errors needs a writer. So we need to give it std dot io get std error dot writer, and that's basically gonna be what we need to do. Try. Oh, it's even the same thing that we can do. So there we go. Is this it? No. FMT and interface. Uh, okay. So this is now working. Next, I think it's ziglang.org time. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tons of modified files. Tons of modified files. We want kind of this. How much did I set this stuff up in here? Okay, no, never mind. I did set everything up correctly, so. Also, wait a second. Zig. Should we tag? Should we? No, I think we should do master. No module Zine available. Oh shit. Right, it's the usual bug in Zig fetch. Okay, so we got a bunch of unknown page errors. How was this allowed before and not reported at all? Like, what the fuck? So the problem is that, okay, what does it say unknown page? Because why does it say unknown page? Right, because we are trying to fetch this as a page. We don't recognize that some of it's a ref actually. Let's add support for refs in these things, and that should make us happy. So how does that work? I think we have actually to go back into SuperMD. So somewhere in here, we analyze links. I guess it's in run script. Yeah. Basically, in those two cases, we're saying link is this page thing here. But we also need to split off a ref if there's any. So how do we do this? Basically, we parse. Do we do URL parse? Do we split on a pound sign? Probably splitting on a pound sign is good enough, because we do validation afterwards. So Why am I splitting? Why am I stripping a training slash here and not here? Oh shit. I guess I want to do that too. This is 2 dot dot. That should be it. Okay, let's see how this goes. Let's test this locally. Ah, this sucks. We're getting the same problem. Oh, you know also why I'm dumb. We added support for something, sure. But the problem is that this is not inside of Zine. This is kind of an unsafe link, basically. It is annoying. And this is the learn overview page pretty much in every language. This is right. This is a link to an asset that is not controlled by Zine. So we don't actually know that these things exists. We can't know. So it doesn't matter what we do. We need to change this stuff. But the fix shouldn't be too bad. And yeah, the trick is basically to do this. It's a single table every single time, right? The fact that these things on syntax aligned is kind of worrying a little bit, but also it's fine. That's because we were not analyzing tables correctly in the past. That's why we never got this error before. Okay, are we happy now? Aha, we are. Okay, compared to the official one, how are we doing in terms of like language support? Are there languages that it didn't enable? Let's see. English, Espanol. I think we pretty much have all the ones that were enabled before. Okay, so we're good in that aspect. Okay, so we can fetch Zine. We can zip build serve. We can zip build. And it works. So in theory, we're kind of good to go. I think we can push. There's everything that we want to add, basically. We want to ignore old content. No, wait. Public we want to ignore. Zig out we already ignore. Assets, content, layouts. Two old things. Zig out, zig code. Yeah, I think pretty much everything else should stay. Hello, Wolf. Oof, git push. Let's go. Hopefully it doesn't poop itself. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, that's good enough. Actions. Let's see. Hopefully there won't be any bad surprises. Okay, it seems that you succeeded. Ziglang.org seems still working. We're good. Downloads page still works. Other languages seems to work. Okay. Let's make a devlog entry for this. Is today the big day or was it yesterday? The release day was yesterday. So yesterday I made the Zine release. But today I still had to port the official Zig website, so I did that now. So I'm basically like just doing cleanups. Hello Mamoru. So how come the new Zine binaries for Linux are specifically for Muscle, do they also work on GNU Linux, or will I have to compile it myself for that? They will totally, absolutely work also on GNU Linux. They will probably work even better, so you don't have to worry about it. I could actually take that part of the triplet out, in theory. But yeah, it's basically they statically link libc, but they will work perfectly fine also on your Linux machine. Maybe some package maintainer will not be happy. Like, well, let me put it this way: a distro like a distro maintainer would want to build Zine on their own anyway. But let's imagine for a brief moment that they did not do so, and they were interested in using my pre-built executables. Then they might be annoyed at the fact that I'm statically linking libc and not using the system libc, because of the way they want basically things to dynamically link to other dependencies in their system in a like homogeneous way. But in any case, it's not a big problem, because the reality is that they will want to build this stuff themselves, and when they do so, they will be able to specify glibc, and when they do that, they will get basically the executable that they want. But for like portability, making a static executable is just better. It means that my static builds can work, like the same executable works on pretty much all distros. Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, the usual suspects, Arch, whatever. It will work also on Nix, while normally this stuff doesn't work on Nix. NixOS, I mean. So, yeah. It's just better for portability. Maybe we can also take, you know what? Let's take this opportunity also. Let's take this opportunity also to engineer a little bit better the devlog. So here's what we can do. Okay, let's start with the website. And let's make it this let's make this show also dates, because previously this did not show dates. I think now we have all the stuff to make this work. So now devlog, god damn it, devlog. Let's write the answer first, and then we can do that stuff. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's like it's just there are literally almost no downsides to static linking the standard library, like almost none. The only downsides are like um, you know what? Just one downside. Your executable is slightly bigger because it also has inside of it a copy of the C standard library. That's it. that's literally it. So enjoy. DNS issues. You get weird DNS behavior when you statically link. Um, what's up with that? I'm not aware of those. I'm not aware of what happens there. Michel Hashimoto has a conversation on a podcast. He described a scenario where he had to use dynamic libs for Gaussy because of constraints by Linux distro maintainers. Yeah, there is one, but in his case, it's more complicated than that. I think that also he needs to do GUI stuff, and if you do GUI stuff on Linux, you kinda have to do dynamic linking. You can't really escape from that. Like, especially if you're doing GPU accelerated graphics stuff, like you can't escape from dynamic linking basically. So he does that. He has to. That's Ghost is a graphical application that greatly benefits from GPU acceleration. So yeah, in his case, he just can't escape from that. In my case, Zine is a dramatically simpler piece of software. So um, I can get away with static linking because of that. Okay, so we have a new entry, which is nice. Let's add dates to the website. So how do we do this? I think Super Cool might have some suggestions for us. devlog as HTML, something like this. So we do content sections. And then we do this. So previously we were doing an H1 probably. So let's put this back to an H1, I'm guessing. That's fine. Now the date is present. We can put the date below. That also works. Date above or below? Chat, do you have opinions? Do people in chat have opinions about this? We can also, yeah, maybe obliterating the margin top for titles. That looks kind of cool. I'll take this. Master doesn't support NSS, name service switch, which is used by glbc for domain name resolution instead of resolve.conf. Oh, conf. Okay, cool. Hey, Chucky. How's the dev work going? Pretty well, actually. I released Zine as a standalone executable. So, yeah. Man, this is already up. Holy shit, it's fast. So, yeah. Life is pretty good. Thank you. We have updated the Zig website. Nothing seems to have horribly regressed so far. Yeah, I tried to build your website also with new Zine, and I think that aside from like one change, your website was pretty much like good to go out of the box. I'll tell you only one thing to keep in mind. I think there's like two things. Previously, assets were duplicated. Since you have a multilingual website, previously assets were copied once per language. Now we don't copy them anymore. So we put them basically in the root directory unless you specify something different. It's still going to work. Just be aware of that. And the second thing is that previously, whenever you specified an alias or a alternative of a page, and you specified the output directory as a relative path, even though the path was relative, we would always interpret it as relative to the website root. But now this has changed. Now, basically, if you put a relative path in there, that's going to be a path relative to the page that you're at. So if you don't want to put, like, for example, an RSS feed output nested deeply, then you have to like use an absolute URL. Sorry, an absolute path. That's like the only thing to be aware of. Everything else should either be the same or better. Also, enjoy the fact that new Zine is fast. Like the experience is better. It's like it's real fast now. Like real fast. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we got ziglang.org. So what do we want to do next? I mean, I have this stuff here, but I'm not really following it. So we have updated SuperHTML. We have successfully ported the Zig website. Does the Zine init give me some default style too? It gives you some, but it's very minimal. It's like, it's not super sophisticated. Maybe I could make a better default CSS, probably. But yeah, it doesn't give you anything like super giga fancy. It does give you, if you don't have a devlog, it gives you all the devlog like machinery. Like you basically have templates that are already implemented. You also get a blog for free, actually. But that part is like, the blog is not as complicated as the devlog. The devlog is like more nuanced to get right. So yeah. Yeah, my suggestion would be to do this. You basically generate Zine. So let's assume that you already have a website that you want to like update. If that's, well, if you don't have anything and you start from scratch, then of course run Zine init and it works. But if you instead already have a website, you kind of want to absorb the like the good updates, but not everything. So what you can do is you run Zine init in another directory, and then you copy over the devlog subdirectory in content and the devlog related templates from layouts, and that's it. And then you will need maybe to adapt the templates slightly, but like the bulk of the work will have been done for you already. Okay, I think we're not done with the official Zig website. So let's go to the repository. And let's see how many PRs and like issues we have left hanging. So there's a work in progress polish. We have conflicts in build.zig. Right. So this is the Korean translation. I guarantee that if I merge this is going to be a build error, so we're going to have to fix it. But that's fine. Hey, Lowbot Fox, let's see. Yes, ziglang.org is now on 0.10. It was actually really smooth. I mean, we'll see when if people report like regressions, but the basic stuff was there. You know what? I should have maybe clicked around more. So download works, learn works, language reference is still in place. This is still in place. DSF page is still in place. Can you donate? You can donate, so we didn't break our like way of getting money. Homepage seems fine. So like, yeah, we should be in a good spot. So user named ZigVS TypeScript VS proposes to add a project showcase under devlog. This will attract more people to participate in development of the Zig public project. What? Unrelated to Zine, but my terminal file explorer in Zig finally hit V1. Nice. Git repository link preview. Codeberg, GitLab, GitHub, Bitbucket. What's going on here? What is this? Oh, the old thing says that it's the current year. All right, that's something that we need to fix. Kojan, there is no Zine command. Go here, go to zine-ssg.io, and you will learn everything that there is to learn about Zine. And then, you know what you do? Once you go there, go make art with your words. I think the point is that it's also not the right place. Like the Zig website is not meant to be super fun. Because over time we will have to change and like it feels a different purpose. Showcasing projects is it's a heavily social thing to do. The Zig website shouldn't be heavily social in a sense. It should be social only within the limits of official ZSF business, pretty much, and not much past that. People can go should, and it's better. Like it's generally better for people to be social in like places that are actually designed to be social. For example, Discord has like there's like the Z core that has projects where you have a bunch people can post their projects. There's also similar place on Zigit. By the way, I haven't announced in all these places the new static site generator, so we should do that. The Zine website, you mean for Zine projects? But I mean that's you could argue that Zine is small enough that it could make sense to put a showcase in there. But to be honest, I'm not super interested. I am more interested instead in creating a aggregator for devlogs. I would like to have a website where we aggregate devlogs. That's what I would like to have. In a sense, you could aggregate a Zine showcase, although it's not obviously restricted to Zine at all necessarily. But yeah. Um, Loomland. Oh, that's the Dino one, right? Rip. They fucked it up. What happened, man? I mean, when your website is broken like this, obviously it's like it's always a problem. It's always bad. But when your project is a static site generator, oh, oh, bleh, 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 bleh. Okay. Okay, let's merge our Korean stuff. Can we resolve a conflict with the web interface? So this is the Korean stuff that was added. So I'm gonna copy this because it's gonna be useful to us in a moment. And then we delete this because we don't want to have that. I think that was it. Everything else is pretty much the same. Okay. Let's double check again. Everything. We should put the mini sign stuff outside of translations. That sucks. But okay, so have a good night, Chucky. Let me know how it goes. Yeah. Bye bye. There we go. So we got Korean. And now let's watch it complain. Unknown ref. Let's fix these unknown refs. Oof. That's it. I think we did it. You got Korean. You know what? Um, uh, okay. So not bad. Not bad. So I would say we did the biggest stuff there. So I think that we can actually now take a moment and bask in the glory of the new Zine release and maybe go publish it. Although you know what? No, let's get Windows working fully correct. So the problem is that everything is fine almost except the Windows keeps fading. Oh, this ad starts with to a string. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Basking like a lizard? Hell yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, I think. I'm gonna make myself another cup of tea. I'm gonna drink some tea. Well, yeah, but I'm gonna do that once I come back. What am I saying? I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea. I'm gonna come back. And then we're gonna investigate the Windows stuff. So to investigate the Windows stuff, I'll have to do some Windows development. But we can do it. This is for the love that I have for my users. Otherwise, there is no way I would be doing that. But that's just who I am. Like, I'm not saying that I'm a martyr, but I'm almost one. So we're gonna take the Windows terminal thingy for a spin and do some Windows development. What could go wrong? I mean, we did that also yesterday. So yesterday we re-implemented the WOOF's like file image size detection system, and we implemented it in a nicer way using memory mapping. And like on Linux and Mac OS, it's just mmap, and that's easy. But then for Windows, we had to use Windows specific APIs, and that was a lot of fun. Not There was a lot of not fun, but we did it. So I mean, what no, what's the worst that can happen by doing a little bit more Windows development, right? So give me a couple minutes, I'll be right back, and then we're gonna switch to that. Oh boy, am I looking forward to do some Windows development. Let's go. So since we are going to do Windows development, I'm gonna switch from Rat Detective 2 Good Rat Gone Bad. And instead we're gonna listen to, we're kind of, so when we're switching to Windows, we're kind of going back in time in a sense, because to be honest, Windows in a way is like going back, you know, to the Middle Ages. So let's listen to some music from the Middle Ages. That's how I picture doing Windows development in my mind. And so, yeah. Okay, so we have PowerShell. Can we do watch on Windows? Ba-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum-bum. Okay, so it works. We have watch, apparently, in theory. Also, I learned that there is a simplification that we can do with the woofs stuff. But maybe I shouldn't do that now. I do all my Windows development on Linux. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so what's our deal now? Our deal is this. We do a Zig build test, and we fail it. Or at least that's what happens in the CI. Yep. So what happens is that we have a bunch of collisions that are reported in collisions snapshot, but they don't show up on Windows for some reason. So we need to figure out what's going on here, basically. Okay. So here's, I think, what I want to do. So we could keep running the build test. You know what? Also, let's see what that snapshot contains. So let's switch back to Mac momentarily. Let's go into tests. Is it scanning? I think collision is scanning, right? Yeah. And then collisions. So we run Zine, and that these are all the errors that we get. And apparently on Windows, we don't get all of those. We get only a subset. So let's see. I'm gonna put the PowerShell on top, so you're not gonna be able to see everything, but I can see both things at once at the same time. So I will be able to tell you what's what's up. Tests, content, scanning, then collisions. I don't have Zine in path. Of course I don't. Why would I? Should I add it? I'm lazy. Okay. So we get the 3 layout errors, and they are the same. That's cool. Then, yeah, a bunch of stuff seems to be missing. So page index collision with page SMD and page / index SMD. That is correct. Index HTML. That also does show up. Index SMD with itself. Yes. Then foobar buzz. We do have foobar buzz. Then foobar. Yes. And then we stop. All these guys are not showing up. Like, what the heck? None of these guys below shows up. Okay, index SMD and page SMD should collide for readme HTML. Let's go test that claim. Page SMD wants to put a absolute readme HTML. And the other one is index. And index want to put a readme HTML, but a relative one, but for a page that is at the top level. So yes, this is 100% the correct collision that we don't detect on Windows? What? Yeah, but Dante, the problem is that I could do that, sure. The problem is, though, I'm developing it at the same time, so that wouldn't solve that problem. Yeah, medieval Eminem is so funny. Okay, why do we not think that these two things are the same on Windows? And I feel I can smell it in the air. It's something to do with the freaking Windows paths. I can already smell it. I can smell it. It's like, well, to be honest, that kind of has to be the case because otherwise it wouldn't be, things wouldn't, I don't know what else would be different otherwise. So how do we test this hypothesis? Well, let's go to the piece of code where we add these aliases to the collision hash map, and let's see what it is that we're putting in there. And yeah, so this is in root. This is the collision stuff. Yep. So aliases, oops, assert, assert, assert index of scalar SDFS path, their name A or else fine, I don't know. So URL becomes interpath with name, and then we do the gop stuff. And this is an alias here, and this is also an alias. So these are both aliases that should collide, but somehow do not. Okay, here's definitely one wrong thing that I'm seeing. We don't deal with absolute versus relative. Here, testing window capability by using PowerShell on Mac? No. This is a PowerShell that runs on Windows. What you're seeing is a Windows window overlaid on top of my macOS computer, but like this is a different computer. Like check this out. Like look at my mouse. Look at my mouse going to the right. It goes all the way to the right. It disappears, and then it shows up in here from the left because it's two different computers with KVM. So we're clearly not doing interesting stuff in here because we are not checking for the absolute versus relative stuff for aliases, and we should, because we said that we would do that, and we're not doing it. I think what's worse is that we're actually doing it. I bet you. At the end, where we install artifacts, where we install assets. Oh wait, it's not on here. It's done in worker. That also helps explaining. Yeah, if we are in disk mode, for each alias, we do this to compute the path. And it's kind of funny that we don't do that here for collisions. Okay, so that's, I think, the first fix that we certainly need to implement. And then we have to see what happens after that. So I think we can steal some code here. Although not all of it necessarily. Let me think about it. So how do we put the alias? The alias needs to be put relative to the language. Do we put the alias naked in here? What do we do in the other cases? We do the page URL. Otherwise, we don't put any prefix. Interesting. Oh, because collisions are per variant, which makes a ton of sense. Right. So you know what? I think this is the code I want to copy. Let's see. Prefix is, in our case, it's A, index 0. If it starts with a slash, then we do nothing. Otherwise, we look at the page prefix. Interpath with name, string table, prefix. Okay. I think everything else can be the same. This still will not answer, though, the question why this was not working, though. Windows as usual, slow as fuck. Windows VM? No, it's not a Windows VM. It's a physical computer. failed to install Zine, right? Because I'm using it. This is another delicious Windows quirk. Okay, so nothing has changed. That's actually fine, I think. Let's see now what the problem is. So let's do it like this, maybe. Let's do std.debug.print. URL fmt v.string table v.page no path table, and then null, I think. Maybe. Is this how you wanted it? Oh, we're missing an argument. A. How do you grab just one window from a physical KVM feed? I don't. I have two. So the KVM is actually just like KM. So I just switch mouse and keyboard. I have two different monitors. One directly connected to the Windows machine, one directly connected to the Mac, and they're just there at the one that I care about. The compositing happens through OBS. So I have OBS running on Windows, which sees the macOS screen through a capture card, and then I have like a scene element that is like an application capture thing, and it captures the terminal. No, but folks, neither. It's like an ISO date. It's like you can see it here. Year dash month dash day t and then the time. So this stuff kind of sucks because we are basically wrongly putting this forward slash inside our strings, and we should not do that. We should complain when that happens or something along those lines, I would argue. But also, how is this not a problem on macOS? Like, what the heck is going on? Why is it not a problem here? How? Actually, maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm just wondering when I shouldn't. Although the fact that this stuff gets printed also on the right side is suspicious, like deeply so. Deeply suspicious. Maybe we should put a slash in front no matter what. No, but I think the problem is that the slash ends up part of the name. Like string table. When you enter a string, yeah, we don't validate that it doesn't contain characters that we don't like, because why should we? Although that's interpath with name. Is that what we're calling actually? Yeah, we're calling interpath with name. Yeah, well, fuck. Here's the problem. We need to accept the separator as an argument. That's the answer to our problems. I just want to let you know that Toggleweed said that Ziggy is slow and a bad language and that we better write JS. maybe I should rewrite Zine in JS. That would be funny. Well, look who's showing their face. Toggle, somebody told on you. You've been saying that Zig is slow, huh? And then we better write JS, huh? So that's how it is, huh? Hello, everybody. Well, thank you for the raid, Toggle. So, hello. Please ignore the PowerShell in the middle of the screen. Let's say that let's act like that did not happen. So here's what's happening. Hello, everybody. So what's happening is that yesterday I made a new release of my static site generator, and I made it standalone. Now it's a executable that you can invoke, and it's pretty cool. It's also pretty fast. Like, so if you want to start a dev server, you just run Zine, and then it's very fast at loading. And now here's the thing: I added CI on I added CI, and I noticed that basically in CI, our tests don't pass on Windows. They pass on other things, but not Windows. So I was debugging the Windows problem, and I knew that it was like a path issue. And now I fixed it. Or rather, fixed it. And now I have identified where the problem is, and so now I'm what can I say? Now I'm gonna chase all the compile errors because I changed the signature, and that will show me all the locations where I invoke this function, and then I'm gonna basically need to invoke it with the right separator. Sometimes this needs to be the file system separator. Sometimes it should not. At least that's my assumption. Let's see what the call sites say. Maybe it turns out that it was always going to be another separator. Actually, now that I think about it, that might actually be the case, you know. I think this might actually be it. Let's do this. Let's just do this to trigger compile errors. Let's chase them a little bit and let's see what that brings us. So in root, we use intern path with name. Let's take a look. Well, yeah, of course. Then for alternatives, that's it? We use intern path with name in 2 places? Are you joking? No, I don't believe you. Is it really this little use that we get out of that thing? Well, never mind. If this is it, then I think we're good. So we cannot do the SuperMD stuff. Never mind. Let's push SuperMD. So what do we do here? Add support for fragments in markdown syntax URLs. Git push. We can zig build, right? Well, never mind. There's no image. Is it uppercase image? I think it's uppercase image. Okay. Now, what am I doing? SuperMD. Oh, God. Do we zig build? Okay, we do zig build. Okay, let's see if we're gonna get the first green CI in a while. Well, purple in my case. So let's see. There might be other ones, but this was certainly like a step forward. So let's go look at what Windows is doing. Windows is slowly fetching Zig, slowly extracting the tarball, slowly starting the Zig build invocation. Or not even getting there. What is going on, man? Hello? Okay, so macOS failed. I should have run these tests locally, actually. macOS now is missing these two guys. Well, you know what? Actually, we did change the semantics, did we not? We did change the semantics of aliases, so it may very well be that this new change is actually correct. Okay, let's go take a look at the new stuff. So here we run Zine, and now, yes, Foobar buzz and foobar. They're gone? No, I see them here. Why were they duplicated or something? Like, what is going on here? So in the snapshot we have, oh shit, look at this. And then look at this. This was kind of duplicated. But this was done between these pages here, and this was done between these pages here. Let's go investigate these things. So we're looking at foo index.smd has foobar and foobar buzz. Yes. And they collide, and these paths collide with page.smd. Page.smd also wants to do the same thing, and that's a collision. That is wrong. No, that is right, because both are absolute. Both are absolute paths. So they should totally collide. That is totally correct. Do you think that Kernighan enriches the C programming languages is a relevant book for learning Zig? No, I don't think so. Or rather, I guess, depending on how lax you want to be with the definition of relevant, sure, to some lax enough definition of relevant, sure, it's definitely relevant because it's about a lower level programming language, not Zig, C, but still the system is the same. That said, my general impression when it comes to learning materials that is specifically tailored to C, and especially from the past, is that it's making like a big mess, like a big mix between things that are like relevant to your system, that are, you could say, universally true about computers, versus things that are specific to C. And they make this big soup, and you don't know which is which. You don't know which of the things that are presented to you are actually like somewhat universal. So, for example, the concept of a stack, as in stack versus heap. That is it's not like a truth of like physics. You could have a computer that doesn't have stacks, but at the same time, stacks are like kind of nice to have. OSs have things designed to, like, they offer you features to get a stack up and running. Even CPUs have instructions that are basically kind of assuming that you have a stack. So that part, stacks are like kind of universal. But then you have stuff like macros and compilation units, and like arrays that decay into pointers, and that's like all C specific bullshit. That is, some of it is even bad for you. So my suggestion is, do not do that. Learn Zig using Zig materials, and then learn C as you need it. For example, you start with Zig, but then at some point you will need to maybe issue a syscall, or more likely you will need to use a C library. And so once you attempt to use a C library, you can learn more C specific stuff as you go, as you need it. Starting with C, in my opinion, it's like, I don't know, it's boomer town. Don't do it. I mean, if that's what you're like, if that is a style of learning that you like and you want to see books about stuff, you are not going to find books about Zig. Not that many, especially not like in the, established language sense of the term, like you can get from C. But yeah. No, I'm sorry. I find it like not great. I would argue that it's gonna be extremely more efficient for you to. Okay, let me put it this way. I think it's gonna be faster for you to learn C if you first learn Zig and then you learn C second, rather than you start trying to learn C directly. Because trying to learn C directly is going to put you in front of like a confused mess of things where nothing is explained to you in a nice way. And then you have to figure it out on your own. It's like there's a lot of like mysticism in there. Like, what's alignment? You ask the average C developer, they don't even know what the fuck that is, because alignment is a real thing, but it doesn't show up in the C-type system almost at all. There's a bunch of shitty conventions around it. For example, the fact that C allocators implicitly give you maximally aligned memory every single time you ask for an allocation, which is dumb as fuck on top of everything. But that's because they don't have this knowledge. Like, the type system doesn't have information about alignment. And so for things to work and interoperate correctly, you have to basically degrade everything down to the lowest common denominator. And so, and then the one time that you try to understand, by the way, I'm talking from real experience, like personal experience, when you try to figure out what alignment is and all you have is C, it's like there's no easy way for you to do that. Contrast that with Zig, where alignment is part of the type system. It's part of the type of a pointer. And that doesn't mean that when you encounter this, it's going to be like immediately obvious what's going on. But at least you will have the vocabulary to ask people what's up with that, how do you work around that, what it is that you're doing, and like also make things, how can I say, make it work in a way that makes sense. With C, it's so much harder. And this is just one out of many examples. So like nullability, pointer to one thing versus pointer to many things, null termination versus passing around the length, data structures that you're supposed to know the size of versus ones that you're not supposed to know the size of. Void star, that means like, why is it void? The void element is like nothing basically, but then you cast, when you type erase a pointer, you turn it into a void star pointer. Why is void star type erasure? What the fuck does that even mean? And then you have like function pointers, and you try to make an array of function pointers, and the type signature is all garbled up. I don't know. To this day, I don't know how to read signature. Like, if you show me a signature of an array of function pointers, I don't know how to read the signature in C. I mean, it's like incomprehensible to me. While in Zig is the most obvious thing ever. So, yeah, go for Zig. Go directly for Zig. That's my heartfelt recommendation. And then learn C as you go, as you need, and that will help you digest it much better and save you from the weird mess that C is. Mostly I ask because in my workplace, it's either C, C++, or Python. I see. I'm much more interested in Zig than I am in C, but I think it might be the only one. I see. So if you have, workplace-specific concerns, then maybe the answer might change, because you might need to learn something that you want to like apply at your job, in a reasonable amount of time. Or like, put in another way, sure, you could learn Zig, but then is your job gonna adopt Zig tomorrow? Probably not. And so, nothing has changed. Like, you haven't made any step forward if you just learn Zig. That said, setting aside like for a moment this practical stuff, which is very important, so I'm not saying it should be discounted, I'm just putting it aside for a moment. So when it comes to this stuff, like, there's nothing that C and C++ can do that you can't do with Zig. So from that perspective, you will basically be learning kind of the same things. It's just that Zig is like much more explicit about almost everything. As for like C++/C, I would say this: be careful that there is a gigantic difference between C++ and C. And the problem with C++ is that it's very abstracted, and it has an ecosystem that, like, if C, you could argue, has its own quirks and things that make it incomprehensible sometimes, Jesus, C++ is like that, but like to the power of 1,000. C++ is a complete mess. So, like, if I was forced to choose between C and C++, I would pick C hands down, never look back. And yeah. So I don't know, like, be careful about this. Again, there's people that use C++. They are effective at it. They use it and they like pump out useful code and they implement things and they're happy and they make their users happy. So I guess my point is, if for some reason C++ fits your brain well, go for it. I don't know, don't be ashamed of it. But there is certainly a like ecosystem around C++, like even in terms of like, you know, the kind of libraries that you will find. And C++ is very messy, and I do think that there's like a lot of bad traits that modern software has that are also partially embodied by C++. So how can I say? It's like you should do a lot of critical thinking when it comes to things that are like true in the C++ ecosystem, because then you move away from it and you find out that your experience, like your opinions, are like how can I say? You know, where, like, for example, people that have basically learned in university that they should do object-oriented programming, and they do object-oriented programming for most of their life, and at some point they discover that no, object-oriented programming is not, you know, all that amazing. It's like, it's a way of doing things. Sometimes it's a way of doing things that maps particularly nicely to a problem, but it turns out that actually no, a lot of time object-oriented programming is actually detrimental to the quality of the outcome. And if you do OP, and if your brain only knows how to express OP ideas, you're gonna be a like ineffective software developer. But the problem is that you don't know this because you go to university, they tell you that everything should be, you know, object-oriented is the new way of doing things, and you just need to master object orientation. And if like you're doing object orientation and then your thing is a mess, then whose fault is it? It's yours, because you didn't understand object orientation well enough. You just didn't, you know, internalize deep enough all the, you know, the 10 commandments of object orientation. And so you kind of have to go through this experience where you kind of like have, you have to do OP detox before you can start thinking again with the required flexibility. Case in point, there are situations, for example, I'm writing a state generator where doing things OP style is absolutely a bad idea. You will make a shittier product. And Zine is fast, for example, partially because I don't do OP at all anywhere, zero, absolute zero. And instead I do another thing called data-oriented programming. So I use a different style of doing things, and that pays off a ton in this ecosystem. There's other ecosystems, there's other domains where the opposite might very well be true. Okay, setting that aside, sorry, I just want to read your previous message before I jump forward. So setting that aside, or rather, bringing that back to C++, the problem with C++ is, for example, that you will have things like distractors, and people that use C++ a lot tend to think that distractors are this universal good thing that you should totally have. And if you don't have distractors, then like it's a problem and your programming language is not good, and it's like back to the Middle Ages. Dude, how can I say? It's like Zig not having distractors is a feature. It's a feature. It's not a feature that necessarily will work equally well for everybody. Again, as I said in the beginning, if the programming style, the C++ invites you to use fits perfectly for you, then go use that and have fun and live a happy and productive life. But otherwise, you should not. It is a problem when you come out of C++ and say, well, I need distractors because that's the only way you've always known how to do memory management. And it's like, it's sad. It's sad when people try out Zig and then they say, yeah, but I miss distractors. Nah. Like you cannot like Zig and miss distractors. It doesn't work that way. You didn't understand Zig then. And it's not like that, you know, you need this super nuanced way of understanding Zig, like only the chosen ones will understand Zig. Not at all. It's more like what I mentioned in the beginning. Like if people always told you that you should do OP and then you use something that actually fights you if you try to do OP, then you will think, well, man, this thing is bad because I miss OP. That's the kind of problem. Distractors are like the OP of systems programming, in my opinion, to some degree. So be aware of that. Just be a little bit skeptical. I will say, though, likewise, I guess you could say, like, inversely, there will be things that are like central to the way you do things in Zig that will, you know, not necessarily always work all that well for everybody and for every domain. So if you end up not doing Zig, or like you switch away, then you also need to understand that you will need to let go of that one thing that Zig was doing that you can't do anymore in this other situation. Just putting that out there. Let's see. I don't write C++ in my current role. I almost entirely write Python. I'm perfectly happy with my current role writing Python, but there are some points in our data processing pipelines that could really use a much faster implementation. I see. Then don't do C++. Let's see. There's a funny thing on my team. The C++ devs are actually writing safety critical software, so they have to follow MISRA C++ guidelines, which actually discount a large part of the language. Yeah, they're basically writing C, I suspect. They're probably writing basically C with namespaces if that's what they have to do. So so on that topic, so if your point is interaction with Python, let me share you a link with let me share a link with you. So check this out. This is a talk from I might have linked sorry, I linked a weird offset. The offset is meaningless. It's just thank you, Google. That's a Google feature, I guess. So the point is yeah, what is my point? My point is my point is that that talk shows you how to use Zig to implement a Python module, and it's like the basics. It's like very naked, no helper framework, but it shows you how simple it can be versus how complicated other languages make it. You know what? While we're at this, there's also this one that is related that you might find funny. This one is from me. Reinventing the wheel. Oh, come on. Really? Not inventing the wheel? Oh, no, I want de-inventing. God damn it. Dude, I type de-inventing and then it shows me something else. Like, okay, Google. Like, can you, like, for once do what I tell you to do? God damn it. So, this one is a talk that I gave about basically fancy stuff that you can pull off using Zig in combination with Python. So, this one might also be mildly interesting for you. It's not entirely practical advice. Some of it is practical advice that you could actually implement tomorrow if you wanted to. Some of it is like, I don't know, a suggestion to the people running PyP, the package index. But obviously, for that suggestion to become more real, they would actually look into it from their perspective and figure out all the more nuanced stuff that I totally did not figure out in that talk, and that I absolutely grossly oversimplified. But in any case, this might be relevant to what you're trying to do. If you do make some progress either way, make a decision like explore some stuff, let us know, because it's like Python interoperability with lower level stuff. I think it's an interesting subject, and Zig can help with that a bit. But yeah. Okay, so we are missing 2 collisions. Oh no, that's actually, I think, correct, maybe? Or maybe not. So what we're missing is collisions between nested path page and index. Okay, so the collisions that we were seeing here, those are staying. It's these ones that are gone. Yeah, the ones against this stuff. So let's see what nested path page says. Oh, none of these aliases should collide because they're all relative. Guess what? God damn it. I even had a comment saying that this should be fine, and we were colliding them earlier, and now we don't collide them anymore. So that was the snapshot, and now here we're fine. So yeah, we fixed a bug basically. Mm. Okay. Let's see how we're gonna fare this time. We're gonna have to wait a little bit for this thing to build Zine, unfortunately. Well, macOS has succeeded already. That's nice. I'm guessing we're gonna see Ubuntu succeed next soon. There we go. So now it's just Windows. By the way, those things are already done. Here we're basically just done downloading stuff. We succeeded. Test. We have green CI on Windows. We got green CI on Windows. Let's fucking go. Well, purple in my case. We got purple CI. Windows has joined us in the Olympus of platforms that we support correctly. Allegedly. at least when it comes to what we test for. Okay, that was nice. That was like not a huge, yeah, the pantheon of supported OSs. So yeah, this was, how can I say, not a huge change to Zine. I would say a relatively minor one, but an improvement nevertheless, and we did it. I think we can now close some more issues. Okay, we're not doing bad. Like this is it. These are all the issues that we have open, which is not a ton. This one should not be the case anymore, but the error is still gonna be bad. I think. Let's test this. How do we test this? We go to super cool, I think. Syntax error at. So not a panic anymore, but still not the greatest. Let's go. Neurosite, how are you deploying it? Is the repo public? Can you send a link to it? You know what we could do? We could port the Zig.show website to Zine. I haven't done that yet. I think it might be time. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-bum. Wait a second. Where's the GitHub Actions stuff? You're not deploying with GitHub Actions. You're not deploying to GitHub Pages. What? Is that even possible? Okay, then never mind. I just wanted to take a peek at your deployment system. If you did it with GitHub. Nice. I think you can also put the website here on the side. Nice. Where's the devlog? Where's the devlog? No, okay, so I mean, if you don't feel like you would like use it, um, that's fine. But that's how you do it. Um, yeah. So here's my suggestion. Do Zine init in an empty directory. That will show you. That will set up the like a sample website that already has in it logic template logic for a blog and a devlog. It's already set up for you, so you don't have to do anything. And you can copy those over, or I guess vice versa. You can port what you have here into the template. Considering that you have pretty much one page only in here, you might want to put this stuff into the, but you know what? Whatever works best for you. But you get the idea. So like the idea is if you use Zine init, you don't even have to figure out the mechanics. It's already done for you. Can I transfer this to Ziggy? Okay. There are 2 PRs for Ziggy. Add release packaging automated GitHub releases. Jesus. Oh, wow. Okay, I need to get back to that soon. Let's maybe start a port for Zig.show. Honestly, getting rid of Hugo would be pretty nice. Maybe that's also an opportunity to make Zig.show a better website. Honestly, I was kind of pleased with it in the beginning. I'm not that happy with it anymore, honestly. I feel like this could be better than what it is. It's kind of messy. Spacing between things is chosen not entirely at random, but kinda. Um, this is not a button, but kind of looks like a button. Um, Yeah, I think we can do better. I think we can do better. Left alignment would do wonders. You might be right. Yes. uh, I have to be honest. Some decision making has been, um, well, it's not like I'm born knowing how to make good websites, like right, like everybody. Uh, but even then, some design decisions were, um, yeah, not done perfectly. Let's just put it that way. Okay, let's work on a port. So we fixed a bunch of Zine bugs. That's awesome. Ziglang.org is happy. See the show. Man, I even have a deploy.sh script. Hugo-d-f minify clean destination there. Destination equals doc. What a crappy system that I have. Holy shit. Okay. How do we do this? I think I should put this in a subdirectory probably. What's in docs? What? What? Okay, so we have indexMD that contains pretty much nothing. We have index HTML that should be the template. We have index old, index break also. Oof. I'm already tired. Oh my god. Like just looking at this curly stuff and it's already making me tired. Jesus. 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 I think this might be an opportunity to start kind of from scratch, you know? So changes to the Ziggy file are the only thing that we don't pick up right away, unfortunately. New to Zine project when never. Because you can't turn templates, like you can't turn Hugo templates into Zine templates like in a reasonable programmatic manner. You have to do some manual adjustment necessarily. Look at this delicious self-closing tag also. So I think we can safely get rid of the math deck stuff. We don't care about that. Zigfav icon needs to be a side asset. Highlight CSS, maybe. So we do have that other thing. This one we don't want to have like this. So never mind. I'm not gonna take it. I'm just basically keeping only this thing. Now it's gonna be a build error because we don't have Zigfav icon. Now we have it. Now we're happy again. So this part is kind of it. Body contains menu navigation. I think I'm gonna keep the menu navigation. I'm gonna center it, I think. I'm not gonna have the site title here. Zeno's output is broken. Oh no, who told you that it's output? It should be output. Fuck. It's install. I'm sorry. Hey Lucas, are we shipped yet? We are. We are. I ported the Zig website today. Worked first try. Like it's pretty nice. I'm sorry, Neurosite. The docs lied to you. You're getting shipped? Wait, what do you mean? Where are you getting shipped to? Let's go. I mean, more importantly, get a better experience with better tools. Jokes aside, what are you using right now? No, like your experience with Zine is not going to be, necessarily perfect. There's bugs, minor ones, hopefully, like wrong help menus, which I just fixed. But it should be a decent experience, and I think that's what matters the most. So, yeah, let me know how it goes. Feel free to post in the Zine channel in case you have like issues and whatnot. And yeah, hopefully Zine is gonna serve you better than what you have right now. LMNT, okay, then Svelte Kit. The emojis told you to stop using Svelte. What happened? Is there a Svelte versus emojis? Wait, is that the emoji thing? Is that the? Oh no, I just remembered. Is that the issue with a ton of emojis? Yeah. So yep. I think you're gonna enjoy it, dude. I think you're gonna enjoy the fact that it's kind of fast. Also, here's my recommendation. If you do that, like if you hate GitHub pages, then or no, I think you were using Cloudflare pages, right? I think we were having a chat in Discord, and you said that you were using Cloudflare. In any case, you actually, I think it's you who told me that Cloudflare has stats, which I found interesting. So nice. Okay, so if you're using that, check these out. So this stuff is finally published, so I can link people to it. So there's a docs section in the official Zine website, and there's like a guide on how to deploy to Cloudflare pages. What's important here is, well, setting aside the Cloudflare specific stuff, it's this. If you want to use GitHub Actions to do the build, then make sure to use the guy, setup Zine, which is an action that gets you access to Zine in CI quickly. Like don't build it basically every single run with Zig, for example. Just do that. Okay, what were we saying? Oh yeah, I need to make a new homepage for the Zig show, huh? Okay. Also make sure to use the local dev server. So what do we want to put here on the homepage? We want to say, I guess, what is Zig Showtime? What was the description that I was using for it? Because I put it somewhere, like I put the description somewhere. It's just not on the official website, which, by the way, it's such a dumb idea in hindsight. I think that the community section has a description of what is Zig Show. Sorry, what is Zig Showtime? The show where members of the Zig community share code and ideas. By the way, guess what? Software You Can Love is another website that is still on Hugo. God damn it. Oops. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we want to have the nav at the very top. We want to have it centered, I think. Oh, this is the old style. So we want to certainly port some of this stuff to Zine. Probably want to do this as well. Jesus. Jesus. This font is such a punch in the nuts. It's like it doesn't have any subtlety to it at all. So I bought a bunch of fonts a while ago that we should look into a little bit. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. Okay. Also, thank you, macOS. Great job with sorting these directories. So there's a bunch of fonts in here. So maybe we can do something here. We can pick a better font in here, I think. CI Game Dev 16 pixel. No, I think okay. I think that the problem here is that we just cannot have like some weird font for these text here. I guess in theory, we could also man this like line height thing. Jesus Christ, is it tight, huh? Holy cow. I think this font should be reserved for just some things, not everything. Hmm. I think I could use the normal fonts that I normally use for my website. What is it that I use normally? Montserrat, that's for titles. Merriweather. Okay. Also joysticks. Monospace regular. Huh. Oh, I see. This is like a more like normal version of a all caps monospace font. It's like you can use this for normal stuff that you don't want to go overboard with, and then you can use the other one for titles, maybe. I'm actually kind of on board with this idea. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. What else were we doing here? Um. Oh, in the original code, we also had something else for body with 800 pixels. Might want to keep that around. Not sure if that's what we want to do for real, but as a starting point. Also, this is a color. There's a different color, I think, for the body versus the background. Man, my monitor is so bad. I have trouble seeing that. So this should go into HTML, not body. There we go. So we should have the logo at the top. The problem with the logo is that it's not actually easy to make because yeah, it's not easy to make. Okay, let's try to make that happen though. Also, how come this is working? Oh, you know what's going on? No, I actually don't know what's going on. Why are those fonts working even though I don't have them in Zine assets? I guess they are present on my system in some other way, and that's why they get picked up even if they're not present in assets. So move it both there. Then what else? Um, yeah, we also need the new font that I'm using. Is it talks? Is it documents talks? I think it's this fonts. Oh, I don't remember which Vermin vibes we're using. Font family is joysticks? Really? Then you know what? I might be wrong because I might not have joysticks then on my system. And joysticks might look different. But where's the Vermin stuff? Because we are definitely missing that one. Oh, there we go. Vermin Vibes 1989. That's what we're using. Actually, I can copy it from here. Can I not? Okay, so we do this. Then we need to go into Ziggy. We need to say that the static assets are this guy. Okay, there we go. So joysticks is actually still a blocky font. Okay, I think the joysticks is just a slightly better press start to P, you know. So I think I'm gonna get rid of press start to P. Okay, so we need some other font for sure, but let's worry about the logo for a moment because that one is going to be interesting to make. So in base, before the content, we want to put the logo actually above the nav or below the nav. Above the nav, I guess. Okay, so logo. And then how did we do this in the previous one? Body main and index HTML. There we go. Okay, so this is going to be fun because we need to style this thing. And then ID equals showtime. Okay, so in our style CSS, we need to do this. Justify content center, is that not it? It's definitely not it. There we go. Align items center. That works. Then font family needs to be Vermin Tide. Which name do we give it? Vermin Vibes. 1989. Somehow this does not apply. I think some things are not matching up. Vermin Vibes 1989 Wolf 2. Okay, so we do have that. Why is it not picked up? Because this has ID showtime. But that doesn't matter. We haven't copied over any ID showtime. What are you talking about? Why does this not apply to it? Because the H1 takes precedence. I see. That's fair. There we go. Yeah, now we need to get the font size right, which I suspect it's never going to match what we have here. So let's see, what do we do here? Font weight 400, font size 110. What's 110? We don't know. Pixels. I guess that works. Then what about the logo? We set their width at 340. So how big should the logo be? Maybe not too big, maybe something like this. That would probably be fine. I think that's kind of how it is. Can I see a terminal, please? Friend. Yeah, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. This is a little bit more to the left than this guy. But you know what? It's a small imprecision that we can live with, honestly. I think the problem is that the logo is a little bit too small in comparison. I think that is what we are seeing maybe. But it's fine. Why the redesign? I'm moving the website to Zine. It's still a Hugo website. I'm moving it to Zine. So as I'm doing it, I'm also like changing things around. So I think that this explanation should actually go inside of about. And then this link here should be the home. You can't put a div instead of a, can you? But I think you can do this. Let me send you what we have online right now. Have immediately the next episode, and then below we have links, and then at the bottom we have apply to speak. So here we're kind of changing this stuff, but I think this is not a bad idea overall. Let's remove these joysticks stuff because this just sucks. I think we need like a more normal font to put there. And maybe it can be kind of pixelated, I don't know. Just not like these other ones. Also, wait, adding the anchors has moved our stuff. Look how much closer they are without the anchors. Like, what's going on, man? I'm kind of tempted to be naughty and put the anchor around the entire div and kind of call it a day. You know what? I'll do that. You can stop me. At least until I make something that complains about that kind of stuff, assuming that it's not correct to do. On your side, run zine init. Run this command in an empty directory, and then run zine to to inspect the website that was generated for you, and it will contain a devlog. With all the latest bells and whistles. The one that I have on the official Zine website is a little bit outdated. Why is this like this now? Why is this not on a single line? Why is this so bad? Huh. No, there's like hard-coded list of elements that you should not be able to put inside other elements. Like inside of a P, you cannot put a div, for example. I'm thinking about that stuff. Can an anchor be around a div? I'm actually not sure. Maybe, maybe not. I don't remember. I thought it might be a problem, but I'm not sure. So no, I'm not trying to reconcile the type of like display this, display that, but there's like the HTML spec has a list of those rules. Actually, it's easy to verify if it's allowed or not. And the answer it is allowed. Like when you nest things in the wrong way, the browser will like transform your stuff into a different DOM. So if you put like a div instead of a P, you will find that the div gets like popped out of the P, kinda. So it seems that it's not a problem. Okay, we still have a font problem that is bad. But I guess we can work on putting more stuff on the front page. And that has to do with the episode archive, right? So let's maybe start doing something with the episode archive. So inside of Zine, instead of content, we can delete the devlog because we're not going to use it. But the blog, we can keep as the episode archive. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So past episodes, and then it just contained like a list of things. Okay. Honestly, the explanation is actually not even necessary. The only thing that we need to be careful about, so instead of blog as HTML, let's call it archive as HTML. Or like episodes. Wait, no, episodes. That's so much better. So class date, text, and then title. Actually, the title. Yeah, no, the title should be something like this. Like Orca, for example. I'm gonna put Orca as a placeholder. But then there should be also the count, like the episode number. How do we grab the episode number? I guess the index tells us that, but yeah, that's not really true. That one's gonna be fun. And I think there should be a distinction between like future episodes and past episodes. So it should be like this. It should be like sub pages, but only the ones that have future dates. Or we use a different style. No, we just render them differently, I guess. Also, why this outer div? We don't have a way of saying now. We don't have a way of saying this date is in the future. Well, no. Wait. We can. It's $bill dot. I don't remember. Dot generated. Can you do greater than on date? Can you do date comparisons? Let's fucking go. Okay, so this is like future episodes. And then we basically have a different one where it's like the opposite. Would be nice to have else, but we don't have else for now. Okay. So what do we want to say about episodes in the future? I guess we want to maybe put like a scheduled tag next to it. Like maybe something like this. Just like a nicer version of that. Oh, right. We don't see this because the other orc is in the past. The orc episode, yeah. Interesting. Why is banana? Why is banana not in the future? Oh no. What is build.generated? It's wrong because it's the UTC time, but there's no offset local to my computer. But that's also, I guess, kind of fine still. But then why are we not? Why is page date dot greater than not triggering? I think our page date stuff is busted. Oh no. I mean, yeah, this is correct. The fuck? Oh man. Maybe we're not instantiating this stuff correctly inside of build. I don't know. Maybe we're putting garbage inside of build. But that wouldn't explain why this is rendering correctly though. Like this is correct. Like setting aside the offset, this is the right date. It's not like a random UB date. So what is going on? 2028, definitely in the future. I think we need some logging. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. But what is going on? Huh. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Okay, enough medieval, real Slim Shady. Let's do some more normal music. So what were we doing? We were wondering why the heck is GT not working? Why is GT not working? We're comparing timestamps, which are nanosecond thingies. We're not being time zone aware. This is a problem, but also how is this not happening? So we were experiencing is this like an evaluation problem? Like, I hope not. That's not the case. No, that cannot be the case. With LT, everything gets printed twice, which is correct. Once with scheduled and once without. But no, it's GT. Can we do LT.not? What? Wait a second. Wait, wait, wait a second. Wait. So if we say that this is less than, then they both trigger. GT.not triggers, LT triggers, LT.not does not trigger. Who programmed this stuff? Did I mess up not? Returns B.not. This stuff seems fine. How? But how can it be? Like, what is happening? Am I somehow messing up something, some stuff in some other way? Hello, Matt. Yeah, I did the release. It was a pretty good experience. We ported the official Zig website today. Found a few minor bugs in the meantime. I'm now porting the official Zig Showtime website to new Zine, but now like my templating language is letting me down brutally. I don't know if it's like me going insane because I'm not understanding something that yes. Fuck. I'm a moron. I'm a complete fucking moron. Jesus Christ. Okay, it's not the templating language. It's entirely me. Look what I'm doing wrong. I'm inside the loop, but I'm basing this condition on dollar page. I'm like a noob that took on like this language yesterday. I This needs to be done on the page in question, not our page. God damn it. There you go. And now we have one that's scheduled and one that is not. Okay, I think it should be something like this. Like every time we print something, maybe just the date changes slightly, and then we return. Like there's definitely, I think, a part where we kind of do the same thing in both cases. Maybe down here. Let's do this for now, and then here we say its title, and then we prefix it with with what? We don't have a nice way of prefixing this thing. We should do it, I think, like this. Oh, I can't prefix it because it's a number. I can output it. I guess I can do this. Pound sign this. And then dash. There we go. Kind of the idea. That works. Also, one should be the one set in the past. Oh, right. It's more like $loop.len dot minus sub. Is sub a thing? Sub is not a thing. We have plus. We don't have minus. We never added minus. Alternatively, it could be the last component of the URL. Out of curiosity, how would that work? String base name returns the last component of a path. That's actually it. You see how that looks like? Yep, that's actually it. That's actually what we want, better than not doing numbers. And we can even do dot prefix. And then dot suffix. And now it's fully self-contained. It's kind of funny. Okay. So we have something. Why are you looking at blacksmith, Matt? Are you tired of slow GitHub Actions runners? You want faster runners? Hmm. Free runner minutes. I see. Yeah, it should be nice. The only restriction is that they don't have macOS and Windows. They only have Linux. They have x86 and ARM, but only Linux. So what else do we want to do? I think we might want to start porting some stuff so that we have like a representative set of things. Let's see also what's happening with people using Zine. Wishlist. Mylang. Mm-hmm. Oh no. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's port some stuff. This is gonna be fun. So okay, let's remove 1 and 2. Maybe we can keep one of them around. You know what? Let's just let's remove 2. Do we have warnings for markdown files? No. Okay. Now I would like a mass rename. And now that's gonna be a big problem because all the thingies are wrong. Page selection for short command. Ziggy convert std in. YAML. Invalid std option value YAML. Okay. Ziggy help. Ziggy convert help. Man, I made this thing and I forget this whole thing. Options std in lang. Okay. Ugh. To do. Oh, I only have toml. How was I able? I was able to convert certain stuff. Oh, it was. I think when I went from JSON to Ziggy. That's the problem. A page at content posts 2005 something something title, and I want the date there because of file organization reasons. But have a note link for site post / title. No, actually, wait, never mind. We need to sort stuff out. Okay, let's see how many other problems we have. So we're missing layout. Okay, that's the main problem. Okay, what else do we have? There's underscore index that we need to delete because we don't want that. Episode 40 that we fucked up somehow. Oh shit. Then 36. Then 35 has something wrong in description. Oh, description R. There we go. Now we have the real episodes. We can also remove one. So these are the real episodes. So everything before Ghosty is in the YouTube playlist, apparently. Let's double check that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then we'll see how to style it afterwards. Maybe the HR should go between these. What a mess. Never mind. Put it there. Okay, so we are porting stuff over. That's for sure. Okay, so it's a slow process. It takes time. I'm gonna take it easy. So I think here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna stop the stream here because it's about dinner time. So and this is like a slow process that basically involves me staring at the screen a bunch. So you guys have seen me stare at the screen already for long enough, I think. But yeah, so we're porting this website bit by bit. It's going to take a little bit of time. The interesting part is going to be once we start doing the date stuff. And I think that's going to stress some limits in what we have available in Zine with regards to dates, I suspect. There's definitely a ton of like built-in functions that we don't have, that we should have, but they're coming bit by bit. So yeah, with this in mind, thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. And try to use Zine and let me know how it goes. So let me see if there's anybody that we should raid on GitHub. On GitHub, what am I saying? On Twitch. You know what? I'm gonna be lazy and just call it a day. As usual. Yeah. Nobody's doing Zig, right? Yeah, nobody is, as far as I can